and have never come back. But the senators behind me, the senators who were here, they're going to go back because the Senate's been in session and stays in session. They keep working. They haven't gotten it done yet, but at least they're here. The House Republicans have been absent without leave. I don't know if they're in the witness protection program or if we need to put Speaker Johnson's face on the side of a milk carton, but they need to get their butts back here in Washington and get the job done that they know they're supposed to be doing, right? Now they keep saying, you know, let's do the government bill first, so end the shutdown, and then we'll come back and negotiate the health care piece. But we know that okie doke, right? Because if they'd stayed here in the 25 days that have happened since they passed that bill, we could have easily negotiated a bill, right? And don't forget, the 8 months that led up to where we are now, where they passed the big ugly bill that cut the $1 trillion in Medicaid, and then allowed the ACA credits to expire, even though they extended the tax cuts for the wealthy permanently. They know they could have done the job, but they were afraid to do it, and now they're afraid to come back. But guess what? We're not going anywhere. We're going to win this. They're going to have to come back with their tails between their legs and agree eventually. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene's telling them, come back, you need to fix this. We're on board. We're going to make it happen. We're going to win this. Thanks, and keep up the great work. And now I introduce Congresswoman April Delaney.
So I'm April McLean Delaney. I represent Maryland's 6th District. And I just have to say, I am honored to show up for work with all of my Maryland and Virginia colleagues. And I just want to say, for all of you who are across this country and behind me, I worked in an agency at the Department of Commerce, and I have never seen workers work harder, be more patriotic, step up in public service, and be there for the American people. So know that we all have your backs, because the trauma and drama has to end. And this is an unprecedented shutdown, and it is about health care, but it's also about a lot more. You know, my district, I represent 35,000 government employees, including parts of NIH and the National Cancer Institute and NIST and Fort Detrick and our Fire Academy. But I'll tell you, they are public servants who underpin our safety, health, and well-being as a country, our national security, and our U.S. innovation. But we're here because OMB and this administration doesn't want to make America great. I keep saying they want to make America break. They want to break our institutions, break how our agencies work, and break apart one of our greatest jewels. Jewels of innovation, but jewels that are revered around the world, our government workers. And most of all, I think they want to break our trust and our faith in our government and its working and in one another. But we're not going to let it break. These dedicated civil servants who choose to serve our country and to make a difference, they did not choose to be harassed, to not be paid when they were unjustly furloughed or made to work, or under the pretense of efficiency, to have a government consolidate their power. Most importantly, and I think I have to say, kudos to Democracy Forward, because our courts, let's just give it to them again, because as a lawyer, and I agree with Senator Alsabrook, the art does bend towards justice. But we have to help it a little bit sometimes, and we have to come together as a force. And our courts are so important at this time when my GOP colleagues across the aisle look at their shoes and unfortunately give up the ability to legislate and appropriate as they were supposed to do under their oath to serve the health and well-being and their constituents. But we're not going to do it. And whether it be the CDC and hundreds of children breaking out with measles, or emergency services with FEMA and NOAA and other things, or with cancer research, we know that these things are important to the American people, and that the retribution and cruelty that's being done by OMB and others cannot win. So this grim reaper that is going to sow what he reaps, but we are going to sow the seeds of a united force that stands up for our workers, stands up for our country, stands up for health care, but most importantly for our values in one another, who we are as Americans. You cannot love America and not love your fellow Americans. And I know that these government workers show up every day because they love America, they love who we are as people, and they are there day in and day out, and we have their back. Yeah. So with that, I give it to Johnny O, my colleague and freshman member also from the great state of Maryland.
Thank you, April. Thank you also to Jessica and to all of our federal workers, both here and across this country. Thank you for showing up every day and serving this country. Thank you for loving this country. Thank you for being patriots and for your selfless sacrifice in service to this country. I also want to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry to our federal workers that you have become political pawns. I'm sorry that we have an OMB director and a president who wants to inflict trauma on you. We are better than this as a country. This is not what America is all about. And I want to thank my colleagues in Congress, in the House and Senate, to join that, pushing back and saying we are better than this, in solidarity with our federal workers who have been under constant assault by President Trump and his administration. We would all rather be on the House floor right now voting to reopen the government, to put our workers back to work, to give Americans health care. We are ready to pass a responsible bipartisan budget that does exactly that. I'll just echo the remarks of my colleagues and share 3 quick points. The first of which is these recent actions are not layoffs, they're not reorganizations, these are political purges, and they will make us weaker as a country. We are seeing thousands of hardworking Americans lose their livelihood, not because they've done anything wrong, but because they are being used as political pawns. And these are our neighbors, these are public servants, these are community members, and they deserve better. That's why I have introduced legislation to make it absolutely clear that under no circumstances may federal employees be fired during a shutdown. I'm pleased that we have nearly 70 co-sponsored that legislation, many of whom are my colleagues here today, but not one, not a single member of the House is a Republican on that legislation. So Speaker Johnson, if you care so much about these workers, sign on the bill, bring it to the House for a vote, bring us back so we can vote. Point 2, mass terminations will make this shutdown permanent. The American public will lose access to vital services they rely on each and every day. Inspecting food, processing tax returns, keeping us safe when we fly. And lastly, we must find compromise. We want to find compromise, but we cannot do that if we are not talking to each other. Once again, we're looking at another week with canceled votes. Most Republicans, as has been noted, aren't even in town, as the president has amnesia or doesn't really care about the law applying on things like paying our federal workers back pay. But there are no discussions because the president's not in the room. The speaker is canceling votes. People are absent. Let's get back to the table. Let's do our jobs. Let's pass a responsible budget and end this reckless shutdown. With that, it's my pleasure to invite up my colleague and friend from Virginia, Representative Suhas Subramanian.
First, I want to say thank you to all the federal workers and the contractors who are going without any pay during this time. Thank you for serving our country, for everything that you do. And just know that when you try to traumatize and attack federal workers and contractors, you hurt every single American, because those are the people that they serve and they protect and they keep healthy. And I want to say something. Actions speak louder than words. This administration and the House Speaker said that they care about federal workers, and yet they continue to fire them and traumatize them and celebrate their rifts. And they say that they care about veterans, and yet they continue to treat them like garbage in the federal government. And they say they care about parents and families and children, and yet they continue to attack programs that serve those people and fire people who are working in K-12 education. actions speak louder than words. If you really want to end this shutdown, then Speaker Johnson, open the government so that we can reopen Congress so that we can reopen the government. That's the way to end this shutdown. Instead, we have Republicans at home who have not shown up to work. And so we need to end this shutdown by opening the Congress again. And so thank you to the federal workers who have been serving us for so many years. And Russ Vogt, if you're up there, you can listen to us. Just know that if you continue to fire federal workers during a shutdown, that we will see you in court. And if you continue to try to take away back pay from federal workers and contractors, we will see you in court again. And we will continue to fight in every single venue and every single street corner until we make sure that we end this shutdown and we protect federal workers and we bring health care access to the American people. Thank you. I want to introduce the latest member, the newest member of our delegation, Congressman James Walkinshaw. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I want to start just by adding my voice of appreciation to our dedicated federal workers. I have the great honor of representing nearly 60,000 federal workers in Northern Virginia. These are folks who give of themselves each and every day to serve the American people. In most cases, could have been making a lot more money in the private sector, but have chose public service because they believe in it. And I want you to know, I want all of you to know that not only do those of us here today stand with you and support you, but millions of Americans stand with you and support you as well. And the voices of those Americans will be heard. The voices of those Americans will be heard. We had a festival in Fairfax this weekend, and I had conversation after conversation after conversation with federal workers. Some who had been fired months ago over the course of the 9-month assault that they've experienced. Some who are still on the job, doing their best to serve the American people with an administration that doesn't believe in serving the American people. But one conversation is burned into my memory. A gentleman came up to me and described receiving the illegal RIF notification Friday afternoon. He works at the Department of Education. He works on transition services to help young people, young adults and their families with disabilities navigate the difficult transition from secondary education to the workforce or to support in the community. And for folks that I represent and all of us represent who have disabilities, kids with disabilities, that is a challenging transition. And he was in tears. And he was in tears not because he lost his job. He was in tears because the families and the communities that he has served will no longer have those services. Those kids and those young people will be on their own. So if Russ Vogt thinks he's punishing Democrats or thinks he's punishing federal workers, the reality is he's punishing the American people. He's punishing the American people. And that needs to come to an end. Russ Vogt needs to come before Congress and explain to Congress and the American people why he believes he's above the law. And our Republican colleagues need to show up for work. They need to come back from their vacation, interrupt their tea times, show up here in Washington at the Capitol so we can sit down and negotiate an end to this shutdown, an end to Donald Trump's punishment of the American people. Thank you.
Well said. Let's give it up again for all of our federal employees. We want to fire Russ Vogt and rehire these federal employees. We want to shut down this OMB and reopen the federal government. We're happy to try and answer any questions if there are any here today. Why don't we go right here? Yeah. issues. This is just one more example of the lawless Trump administration terrorizing federal employees and trying to strip them of their rights. So it is flat out illegal. If they do that, I'm sure that Rob Shriver and Democracy Forward and others will see them in court. Again, these are the laws of the land. And what we have is an administration that thinks it's above the law. And we're here to say we're going to fight for our Constitution, we're going to fight for the law, and we're going to fight for the American people and federal employees. I don't know if you want to.
Oh, yeah. When you take away sick people, when you take away sick leave from people, that is breaking the law. And the reality is when you force sick people to come to work, you're just going to make everyone else sick, especially in the middle of flu season. It's illegal, and we should fight that in court.
Yeah. Actually, just so you know, while you heard the House of Representatives is not doing its work, I mean, our Democratic colleagues are in the Senate. Senator Alsobrooks and I and Senator Warner and Senator Kaine have now voted 7 times to keep the government open without giving this lawless president a blank check, and also making sure that we address the vital health care of the American people. So we call upon our Republican colleagues in the Senate to stop the big lie that somehow the government shutdown is forcing Russ Vought and the Trump administration to inflict pain on federal employees. That is a big lie. And reopen the government and vote for the proposal we put forward. Any other questions?
No, let me say something about that. The only ones who are making the choice that you posit are Republicans. They're the only ones making that choice. Whether 20 million people lose their health care or 2 million plus people lose their jobs and their ability to support their families. The only ones making that choice are the Republicans.
Okay, we can take just a few more questions here. One here and one up there. All right.
Hi, I'm Courtney Rosen from Reuters. We're seeing the Trump administration move around money that Congress previously appropriated for other purposes, to pay military, to pay Coast Guard. What's your view on that, and is that something that you see being challenged in court?
So, again, what we want to see is the government reopened and that we make sure everybody gets their pay. One of the things we've seen from the beginning of this lawless administration is transferring monies from accounts that the president doesn't like but have been enacted by law to things the president likes. With respect to how he's using money in a shutdown, there are some things they can do with mandatory funds, things they can't do with discretionary funds. But our goal, our united goal, is to open the government so everybody can get paid and back to work on behalf of the American people. So we take one more and then. What? Yeah.
Is the Trump administration allowed to pay troops during the shutdown?
So it depends on what funds they are using, likely, whether they're using mandatory funds or discretionary funds. They say they're using so-called mandatory funds. Again, our goal is to make sure that we pay the troops and that we pay all the federal employees, and the way to do that is to reopen the government and address these other vital issues.
Yeah, I mean, an Appropriations Act is a federal law, like a law that says you can't attack federal officers. So if money is appropriated for NIH, it's got to go to NIH. If it's appropriated for the Department of Defense, it's got to go to the Department of Defense. And if it's mandatory for a particular purpose, it's got to serve that purpose. So they shouldn't start impounding, redirecting, rechanneling money in order to cover up for their own negligence. They should come back to work and reopen the federal government with us. Yeah.
All right. Last question, and then some of us will stick around. Yeah. Well, this is what the Trump administration and Russ Vought have inflicted on our federal employees. The best way to make sure this doesn't have to happen is to reopen the government, but also make sure that we address this lawless president and get health care costs down for everybody. But this is the result of what the Trump administration has done. As you know, a group of us from Maryland were out at BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport just about a week ago, thanking our TSA officials, thanking our air traffic controllers. The way to thank them most of all, though, is to get Russ Vought and Donald Trump to reopen the government. All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Good job, man.
And we're just waiting for the White House memorial event for conservative commentator Charlie Kirk to get underway. Mr. Kirk was shot at a rally at Utah Valley State University early in September. President Trump will be posthumously awarding Mr. Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom today. And as you can see, a lot of Republican officials are in attendance here, including Vice President J.D. Vance. While we wait for the president to start, we'll show some of the conversation from this morning's Washington Journal.
His state in the halls of Congress as a representative, also now the spokesperson for the Pharmaceutical Reform Alliance, J.D. Hayworth, joining us for this discussion. Representative Hayworth, Congressman Hayworth, thanks for your time.
Hey, Pedro, great to be back on Washington Journal. It's been more than a minute, so it's great to be with you.
Well, in your new capacity, I'm interested in seeing, when it comes to the overall state of the price of drugs, prescription drugs in the United States, how would you characterize that, and what do you say are the causes?
Well, this is one issue, Pedro. We have talked so much about polarization in our society. It's amazing. Based on the poll numbers we are seeing in a poll we conducted a couple of months ago, the American people, Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian, Vegetarian, across the ideological spectrum, got it right. They say the culprit in the huge price increases, it rests with one entity, Big Pharma. And unless and until Big Pharma and President Trump is on the right track with this, the world yesterday celebrated his ability to negotiate, and again in a nonpartisan manner. President Trump, with his executive order, and I hope that my colleagues on Capitol, my former colleagues on Capitol Hill, will follow suit to rein in the high prices of prescription drugs. What, just this year alone, we saw a price increase of almost 700 drugs, far eclipsing the rate of inflation. The big pharma companies, according to an analysis, make more than twice the profit margins of the other companies' standard average on the S&P 500. So this is a situation where it's not profit, it's profiteering, and the American people get it. They know the blame rests with Big Pharma.
You highlighted the president's efforts on that, and we'll talk about this in a bit, but you also talked about Congress. What could they do, if anything, as far as prices are concerned?
Well, again, the president proposes and the Congress disposes. My old committee of jurisdiction, Ways and Means, carries a major portion of the health care portfolio, if you will. In fact, 2 decades ago, you may recall, I was part of that committee when we moved Medicare into the 21st century, providing the prescription drug benefit. That was vital. Initially, our system was based obviously on market forces. Some other folks got control who had a little different idea of it. But again, the issue of rising prices for all Americans has grown to such a level of concern that this is an American issue. It's not a partisan issue. Specifically in the Congress, 3 things that can happen to help motivate changes. Number 1, reining in direct-to-consumer advertising, because what we have seen, billions spent by Big Pharma on television ads. It's worth noting only 2 countries in the world allow those types of ads, New Zealand and the United States. Think the world of the Kiwis, but I think both of us, certainly the United States, ought to rethink this. As Marty McCary over at FDA said a couple of weeks ago, imagine if Big Pharma took the excess they have, instead of spending it on marketing and ads, actually plowed it into reducing prices. So transparency in the process and doing what is necessary to rein in really a model that is anti-competitive, that is anti-free market, that has Big Pharma playing the tune and sadly the American people having to dance to it. Because, Pedro, here's the thing. On average, as Americans, we pay 3 times as much as other prescription drug customers in the developed world. That's a fundamental problem. That's why President Trump moved forward back in late May with his most favored nation bill, or his most favored nation executive order, I should say. I hope Congress will follow with a bill. And it flips the script, because during my days in Congress, Pedro, we would extend most favored nation status. Basically with this, the president is saying, hey, let's make the United States the most favored nation. And let's make Americans, who foot the bill for so much research, let's make Americans first in line in terms of price cuts.
Discussion on the cost of prescription drugs with J.D. Hayworth. If you want to call in and ask him questions, 202-748-8000, one for Republicans, Democrats, 202-748-8000, and Independents, 202-748-8002. Representative Hayworth, the Pharmaceutical Reform Alliance, what is that?
Pharmaceutical Reform Alliance, a bipartisan coalition, and I know this firsthand, people across the political spectrum who say, wait a minute, these prices have grown so high that Big Pharma needs to be reined in. Should also note it's a 501c4 entity.
And how do you do that? So you appear on programs like this, I suppose, but as far as congressionally, or do you have lobbying in Washington, D.C.? What fronts do you take on that?
I can't speak. I don't know about some of the things you mentioned, but I know the basic concept, having served in Congress for 6 terms. What was that President Reagan said? When members on the Hill feel the heat, they see the light. And the fact is now public opinion has reached a critical mass on this issue. It's why President Trump took an important first step forward, and 2 of the big pharma companies finally broke that wall of resistance, claiming that the sky was falling. There have been important inroads there, but again, first, last, and always, it's public opinion. To the polling we did this summer, 86% of the American people say they will back a candidate for Congress or the U.S. Senate that understands that Big Pharma is up to this and that stand up to Big Pharma. Now, just imagine that, Pedro. You know, in terms of political mathematics, we call a landslide 60%. You're getting close to 90% of the American people saying, give us people in the House and the Senate who will fight Big Pharma. It's more than food for thought for my former colleagues. It's a prescription, pardon the pun, for decisive action.
Congressman, it was last Friday where the AstraZeneca CEO appeared at the White House to talk about their role that they play. And they talked about how working with the president, how that could help state economies, local economies. I want to play a little bit of what he had to say and get your response to it.
But it's also a big win for the economy and for taxpayers, because it supports rebalancing the cost of innovation across wealthy nations. For too long, America has shouldered a disproportionate portion of the world's R&D costs for breakthrough medicines development. That imbalance is not sustainable. It had to change. And equalization levels the playing field, with wealthy nations contributing their fair share to the cost and the risk associated with biopharmaceuticals R&D. And I would say it's also a big win for state budgets because these Medicaid price reductions will have an immediate impact on Medicaid budgets and provide substantial relief to state budgets.
So, Congressman, when he says deals like this automatically a win for, is that something that you agree with? Are there concerns in that, or is it devil in the details, so to speak?
I welcome the comments, and as Eisenhower used to say, and it's sage advice, I'm not going to engage in personalities. But let's understand this. The challenge is, and the test in Washington and Brussels and other European capitals and in the administrative suites of the big pharma companies, is this. You can't always listen to what is said. You got to watch what is being done. Now, this first step
Thank you very much, everybody. Please, this is such an honor. This is the, please be seated. This is the first time we've been at the new and improved Rose Garden, and people are loving it. They're loving it like they've not loved a lot of things. We have the Presidential Walk of Fame, which you just saw, and it just opened, and we wanted to get it open for this occasion. We were hoping we were able to get outside, and the weather allowed us to. It was supposed to be a terrible rainy day. I was telling Erika, and God was watching, and he didn't want that for Charlie. He just didn't want that. So it's really beautiful. It couldn't be more beautiful. Today we're here to honor and remember a fearless warrior for liberty, beloved leader who galvanized the next generation like nobody I've ever seen before, and an American patriot of the deepest conviction, the finest quality and the highest caliber, the late, great Charlie Kirk. Five weeks ago, our nation was robbed of this extraordinary champion. He was a champion in every way. I got to know him so well. He didn't like losing, and he was able to fight people that were enemies, and he didn't necessarily love those enemies so much. You know, I heard he loved his enemies, and I said, wait a minute, is that the same Charlie that I know? I'm not sure, but I didn't want to get into it. But it was a horrible, heinous, demonic act of murder. He was assassinated in the prime of his life for boldly speaking the truth, for living his faith and relentlessly fighting for a better and stronger America. He loved this country. And that's why this afternoon it's my privilege to posthumously award Charles James Kirk our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Thank you. As you know, only hours ago, I returned from a very historic trip to secure peace in the Middle East. People said that couldn't be done. Charlie felt it could be done. Charlie felt it could be done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. But I raced back halfway around the globe. I was going to call Erika and say, Erika, could you maybe move it to Friday? And and I didn't have the courage to call. But you know why I didn't call? Because I heard today was Charlie's birthday, and I said, that was a definite. And I said, we're going to have to forget about some of those very big, very rich countries that expected me to be there. And I can tell you, based on the length of that flight, I wouldn't want to go back tomorrow. But I would not have missed this moment for anything in the world, nothing. And it's a very important time for our country, and our country is doing so well. It's never done better. We are a country with almost now $18 trillion of investment coming in. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. Previous administration had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We have more than 18, it'll be much more than 20 by the time the year, more than $20 trillion. There's never been a country in the world that had anything like that. What's happened to our country is incredible in a short period of time. Charlie was a big person for, sir, can we close up those borders, please, a little bit? They're really leaking badly. I said, Charlie, I haven't gotten there yet. But, it came out last 4 months. Literally nobody was allowed into our country. And the only people that were allowed in were people that came in legally. The borders are absolutely stone cold closed. And they reported 0, 0, 0, and 0. So that's pretty good. But he was a big believer. He wanted people in the country more than I did, frankly. He wanted them to come in legally. And he got his wish. October 14th is Charlie's birthday, and he should have been turning 32 years old. I tell you, when I first met him, he was like 22. And I said, boy, he's awfully young, but I thought he was older than that. He looked a little bit older than his age. That's okay. That's not good when you're old, but when you're young, it's great. He had the best of all things, but he was special. But instead, Charlie is attaining a far more important milestone. We're entering his name forever into the eternal roster of true American heroes. He's a true American hero, an amazing person, way, way beyond his years. And I'm honored to be joined by a woman who has endured unspeakable hardship with unbelievable strength, and that's Charlie's widow, Erika. And I just want to thank you, Erika. He loved you so much. I was with him. Yeah, please. Thank you, darling. Thank you. I was with him before I met Erika, and he told me he was going to get married. He said, you won't believe how beautiful she is. I said, well, then now that I meet her, he's right. But then he also said, and you know what? She's like the smartest person I know. See, they do go together on occasion. Not often. Not often. But on occasion they go together. But he was in love with you. He was deeply in love with you. It's great. Erika, your love and courage have been an inspiration to all of us, and we will always be here for you, and we're always going to be here for your gorgeous, beautiful children, and we'll never forget what your family has sacrificed for our country. Man loved our country. When things were going badly for our country, he was so, as you know, angry. He would get angry because he said it doesn't have to be that way. We're also pleased to be joined by an incredible group of Charlie's friends, very powerful friends, actually, and some not so powerful, and they're actually better people, okay? I know them all. They're the less powerful ones. I have to tell you that, all of you power guys down here. The best ones in the group are the ones that are less successful, but that happens too. No, they're all great, and they're here. And let's start with Erika's father. Where is Erika's father? Where are you? Where are you, Dad? Oh, look at him. Wow. I want to get a hat like that, too. I like that. How are you? Nice to see you again. Thanks as well to Vice President J.D. Vance, who's been fantastic. J.D., thank you very much. Great. Doing a great job. Did a great job on Sunday with George Slopadopoulos. I thought put him away pretty good. Second lady, who's a phenomenal woman, Usha Vance. Thank you very much, Usha. Thank you very much. Great woman. president of Argentina. He wanted to be here. That's Argentina's a serious flight, right? And he's become a superstar, and he's doing amazing things. He's a MAGA person, but it's make Argentina great again. That's what he does, right? And I want you to stand, please, Javier Milei. Doing a great job. Thank you very much. Many members of my cabinet are here, just about all of them are here. I won't go into every single one of them, but I'll announce a few of the people that have really turned this country around and helped me. Incredible people. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Where is Mike? Mike, what a job you're doing, Mike. What a job you're doing. And I watched you this morning, and you're in there trying to say, look, just let the country open. Everything will be fine. We're dealing with some radical left lunatics. And I just wish Charlie was here to fight us. I think the fight would have been over already. He would have had a march on the Capitol by people whose average age is about 21, because there's nobody that had that relationship with young people. Right, Mike? So thank you, Mike, for being here. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. Steve, thank you very much. A brave guy and a friend. House Majority Whip, another terrific man, Tom Emmer. Thank you, Tom. Senate Majority Whip, John Barrasso. John, thank you very much. You have all these senators. I'm going to get in trouble. I'm not going to read all their names. I'll be reading all day. We'll be talking about Charlie in about 45 minutes from now. We can't do that. So all of the senators, there's so many of you, thank you very much. I do want to thank Senator Thune for doing a terrific job. He's really been leading properly. Do you agree, Mike? The team, the two of these guys have been fantastic. So to Senator Thune, I want to thank you very much. Incredible job. I watched him this morning, and he was out there pounding them this morning on television, too. And John Barrasso, thank you for the work you've done, and congratulations on your success. But I want to thank you all and all of the Congress people that are here. And I see we have our Attorney General here, and you are doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Pam. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have everybody. Wow, that's incredible. Okay, I'm not going to do any more. I'm going to be here too long. But I just want to thank you. Have given him such support, but he always gave you such support. That's why you're here. And very unusual. Charles James Kirk was a visionary and one of the greatest figures of his generation. He was truly an amazing figure. And growing leaps and bounds, he knew that the fight to preserve our heritage is waged not only on the battlefield and in the halls of power, of which we have tremendous power here, including the head of a place called War. We call it now War. We had Defense. We had our Secretary of Defense. Now we have a Secretary of War. And somehow I think it's more emblematic, and hopefully we'll never have to use war. But the fact that we're ready is very good. Peace through strength is very important. But also in the hearts of our nation's youth, that's where Charlie rode strongest. At age 18, that insight inspired Charlie to found the organization that ultimately touched the lives of millions and millions of people, and so many young people that nobody's ever seen anything like it, frankly. Turning Point USA. It's amazing, and it's actually bigger now. It's become bigger in the last few weeks than Charlie ever thought. I think his end vision in many years from now would have been just a fraction of what it turned out to be in a couple of weeks, right? It's amazing. With hard work and joyful spirit and endless enthusiasm and determination. And he did have great enthusiasm. You know, I always say you need enthusiasm to be successful. He had great enthusiasm. Charlie grew Turning Point into the largest conservative youth organization in the entire country. He forged a personal bond with countless young conservatives. He fought for free speech, religious liberty, strong borders, and a very strong and proud America. In everything he did, he put America first. He really put America first. And ultimately, Charlie became more than a leader of an important organization. He became the leader of historic movements all over the country. There were movements, individual movements, one movement. but it was historic. Everything he did was historic, and a true evangelist for the cause of freedom and the word of Almighty God. God was very important to Charlie. He would say, you know, if you don't have religion, you're not going to have a strong country. It's true. He was so wise beyond his years. You know, I talk to him sometimes and say, this guy is like a young guy. He was really a wise man. From the time Charlie worked on my presidential campaign in 2016, and he was there right from the beginning. He liked me. I don't know. I have no idea why. What the hell was he thinking? He said, you're going to win, sir. I said, you know, I'm running against 17 senators and a lot of tough people and governors. We have all these people. And he said, no, you're going to win, sir. He said, not going to be close. And he made it happen. He helped make it happen. I'll tell you that. Without him, who knows what would be. Maybe you'd have Kamala standing here today. That would not be good. I will tell you, Javier, you don't know who Kamala is. Promise, it would not be good. Do you agree with that, Howard? He also mobilized countless citizens to go vote. It's called Go Vote. Very simple. And with his help in 2024, we won more young people than any Republican by far in the history of our country. And we won the popular vote. We won the states, all 7 of them. Remember, they said, oh, well, if Trump could win 4, that would be nice. I win 7 by a lot, by a landslide. But the popular vote was massive. And we won the Electoral College. Remember, they said, well, it's going to be very hard. I'd say 270. Well, we got 312 to 226. And then we won something called districts and councils and different things. But in one case, we won 2,750 to 525. That's the one where you see the map is almost entirely red, except they have a little blue line on one side and a little blue line, meaning New York and a little bit Los Angeles. I have a feeling that if the vote were 100%, we would have won that too. You want to know the truth. But he knew, and he knew very well, and he also understood honesty, and he was always concerned with honesty. He said the only way we can lose is if the cheating gets so bad, and that's where we came up with a little phrase, too big to rig. We said, go out and vote. Just go out and vote. And we had that. Remember, we used to say that all the time because people would say, oh, they're going to win. We don't have to vote. Let's go to a movie. We'll come home and watch later. And he wasn't about that. So we come up together, we came up with that phrase. We got to make it too big. I never made a speech where I didn't say at the end, now look, the polls are showing good. Don't believe the polls. He said, we're going to make it, Susie, right? Too big to rig. So if you think we're going to win by a lot, doesn't matter. Pretend we're losing. You got to go out and vote. They voted. And at 9:02, the whole thing was over, right? 9:02. Remember they said, oh, this could go a few days. Well, it went a few minutes. 9:02. And he knew that. And I felt it, but he knew it. He knew it. I think he knew it more than anybody. But Charlie never missed an opportunity to remind us of the Judeo-Christian principles of our nation's founding or to share his deep Christian faith. In his final moments, Charlie testified to the greatness of America and to the glory of our Savior, with whom he now rests in heaven. And he is going to make heaven. I said, I'm not sure I can make it, but he's going to make it. He's there. He's looking down on us right now. It's so incredible. Look at this, how this turned out. This was supposed to be so dark and cloudy. Not dark and cloudy, is it? Look at that, how beautiful that is. There's no artist that can capture it as beautiful as it is today. Wow. It's amazing. As I said, on the day that he was assassinated, Charlie Kirk was a martyr for truth and for freedom. And from Socrates to think, and to St. Peter, from Abraham Lincoln to Martin Luther King, those who change history the most, and he really did, have always risked their lives for causes they were put on earth to defend. He was put on earth to do exactly what he was doing. He didn't want to waste time. He would have been a top student at any college in the country. I know the college as well. He's smarter than the guys there. He was so smart. But he almost, I guess, didn't have the time. He knew what he wanted to do. It wasn't like, gee, I want to sit in the classroom for 4 years listening to people teach me liberal principles, because they were never going to teach him that anyway. But he didn't have the time. He really didn't have the time. But every time the enemies of goodness and virtue tried to silence the voice of righteous and noble leaders like Charlie, they failed. They seem to fail. Ultimately, they look like they're doing well, and then they end up failing because the truth has been unrelenting over the years, over history. And people like Charlie, it's just they've got a power that others don't have and very few people will ever have. So today, like those martyrs before him, Charlie's voice, his message, and his legacy are stronger and greater than ever before. They are greater than ever before. Look, this is a horrible event, but it brought out the greatness of Charlie. Nothing could have ever supplanted this. It's incredible, the way people are talking about him. And with great love. I mean, I read so many stories about some of the enemies, but I watch the enemies, and it's hard for them to speak badly about him because they just don't. And then you do have people in the days since Charlie's killing, we've seen exactly why our country so dearly needed his example. We've watched legions of far-left radicals resort to desperate acts of violence and terror because they know that their ideas and arguments are persuading no one. They know that they're failing. They have the devil's ideology, and they're failing, and they know it. They feel it, and they become violent. They seem to become very violent on the left. They've rammed vehicles into federal law enforcement, fired sniper rifles at ICE agents, and me, you know. But I made a turn at a good time. I turned to the right. Charlie couldn't believe it, actually. He said, "How the hell did you make that turn?" I said, "I don't know." But fired rifles and threatened the lives of our Supreme Court justices, our great justices. They have to be protected. We just issued a lot of money, $60 million, to protect the Supreme Court justices. Very important. We can't let anything happen. In places of worship, we're protecting our people. We've seen that a candidate for Attorney General in Virginia boasted that he would want to see the Republican legislature, a legislator in Virginia, shot in the head and to see his children murdered. He actually said this. And now he continues to run for office, and most people continue to back him, but he said he wants his man shot. He said shot in the head and to see his children murdered. And they keep running. Pretty amazing, right? That's a bad one. Let's see how that turns out, but that's a really bad one. Nobody's heard that one before. Especially in the wake of Charlie's assassination, our country must have absolutely no tolerance for this radical left violence, extremism, and terror. We're done with the angry mobs, and we're not going to let our cities be unsafe. We're going to make sure our cities are safe. When you have Chicago, where they had 4,000 people murdered over a very short period of time, 4,000 people. And then we have a governor stand up and say, oh, things are going swimmingly. No, they're not. We're going to make Chicago safe, just like we're going to make, look what we did in D.C. It's so nice that we started here because this was one of the most violent places in the United States. It'd be dangerous to be right out here. But you couldn't go to a restaurant. The restaurants were all dying. The whole place was dying. You'd have these gorgeous, look at the Washington Monument over there. You'd have these gorgeous buildings and monuments and structures. And people were afraid to leave their apartment. They were afraid to go to work. They'd get into an Uber and they'd feel safe, and then the Uber would be attacked. They thought they made it to safety, and then the Uber was attacked on the trip in. But we've done a great job, and now it's considered a totally safe city. We haven't had problems. It took us 12 days to make it great. We took out, Pam, 1,700 hard criminals, career criminals in many cases, but these are hardened criminals. Many of them came in through the Biden open borders. We brought them back to the countries. And a couple were so violent that we put them in jail. We don't want to take a chance that they could get back in, because no matter how good we do, somebody can sneak in. They were so violent and so bad. One arrested 28 times. Every time he left prison, he'd get into a violent incident. 28 times. And we put him away for a long time. But we're done with the angry mobs. We're done with it. This is such an unbelievable place right now, you take a look where you can walk down the middle of the street with your wife or your husband. Your children can walk. They can walk alone. It doesn't matter. They can walk anywhere in Washington, and they're safe now. If this were a year ago, they'd have a serious chance of being badly hurt, even killed. They'd come in from Indiana, they'd come in from Iowa, they'd come from Florida to see their nation's capital, and somebody would have to call the parents, I'm sorry, but your son or your daughter's been killed. Not anymore. You hear those sirens going off? That's good. That's a good sound. That means they either got the bad guy or they're going to stop the bad guy. You didn't hear that sound because nobody wanted to do anything. Nobody. Listen to the beauty of that sound. Seriously. And that's the real deal sirens. They're not politically correct sirens. You hear them, they're about 3 miles away. That's great. What a beautiful sound. They're stopping crime. That's what they're doing. So we're done with the voices of fools. They're fools. And death threats, and we're going to make our cities safe. And I thought it was Charlie's, one of his biggest dreams was that. He couldn't believe it. Chicago's going to be a great city again. We've already, we sent people in there 6 months ago, and this governor said, well, crime is down. Yeah, that's because we had the FBI in there for 6 months, just preparing it for the bigger surge. And they've done a great job, the cash and the FBI. They've done a great job, and they love doing it, They love being able to do it. They were restricted from doing it. They couldn't do anything. And now they're totally unrestricted. All they have to do is stop crime, and they're doing it. By the way, Memphis, as you know, you heard they went in about a week ago, one of the most dangerous places in the country, really in the world. It's not just the country. They have very few cities that would compare to some of these cities. You go to Afghanistan, you say, oh, that's unsafe. Well, the crime numbers are much better than the crime numbers in places that we have. So Memphis, I understand, is doing unbelievably in 1 week. It's like a different place. And this took 12 days, and then after that, we just perfected it. But after 12 days, we had good safety here. After 1 month, it's like, it's really amazing. And by the way, restaurants are booming. Restaurants are opening up. The big problem we have, you can't get into a restaurant in D.C. anymore. So they're opening up. It's a beautiful thing to see. It's called safety. It's called law enforcement and letting them do their job. And that's why I said last month that I have directed the Attorney General and the Department of Homeland Security to confront the very real threat of left-wing terrorism in our country. It's a real threat. Not when you confront it, it's not, because they're not brave people. In fact, they're cowards. When you confront them, they immediately fold. You have to see them fold. You have to see them crying. They fold. But it includes dismantling the networks that fund them and finance them, and we're finding out who those networks are. We already know quite a few of them. When you see these violent incidents and then you see people holding this gorgeous sign with beautiful wood, beautiful cardboard, wood, everything's perfect paint job, and they're all the same. There are thousands of them. You know that they weren't made in the basement out of love. They were made by anarchists, and in some cases wealthy. I'll probably find some of my nice friends that are up there being so nice to me, especially lately. They're being very nice. But it surprises you who they may be, and you almost wonder why would they do it? But they're hurting our country, and we're really taking it back one by one. If we didn't go into Los Angeles early on in the administration, the commissioner, the chief of police, Los Angeles, said if they didn't go in, we would have lost our city. Now, they already lost 25,000 houses to fire because they wouldn't let the water come in from the Pacific Northwest, which they should have done. I said, you better do it. They didn't do it, and we had 25,000 homes where they had no water in their sprinklers, they had no water in the fire hydrants. It would have been a different kind of a thing if they did what they were supposed to do. We had to break in. We broke in and had the water come down. They said for the environment, great, they lost 25,000 houses. It's incredible. But the commissioner said without the federal government and President Trump's intervention, we would have lost the entire city. And we have the Olympics going there soon. I got the Olympics. We have the Olympics. We have the World Cup. And we have, most importantly, we have the 250th anniversary of our country. That's going to be most important. And all of these things are happening, and we're going to have safe cities. We're going to have very, very safe cities. So 1 month after Charlie's death, we still feel the terrible shock and the pain of his loss, like just about nobody I can think of. Charlie Kirk was one of a kind. He was unstoppable, and he really was. Boy, when he had an idea in his head, oh, he would call me, "Sir, please, you haven't done it yet." I said, "Charlie, relax. Just relax." He didn't relax. He'd call me the next day again. It got it done. But he was like indomitable and always will be. He's really irreplaceable. Nobody going to replace him. But they're going to do great. But you can't replace that kind of person and that kind of talent, frankly. The word talent is an important word, but that kind of talent. So we hold his memory in our hearts forever. Every single day of this administration, we will continue to carry out the mission for which he lived, and he really did. He lived for this country. He lived for his wife and his family, but he lived for this country, too. In Charlie's honor, we will continue like we have been to fight, 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 and to win, win, win. We're going to win so much. So the Presidential Medal of Freedom is a big deal. You have the Congressional Medal of Honor, military, and the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is civilian. And the Presidential Medal of Freedom is a really big deal. Very few people get it. Very few people, frankly, qualify. It's a decision of the president, but it's a qualification that's a very hard one to get. And I would like to ask, if I might, the military aide to read Charles James Kirk's citation for the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to Charles James Kirk. Accepting on behalf of Charlie is his wife, Mrs. Erika Kirk. Charlie Kirk was one of the most influential American political figures of his generation. At just 18 years old, he founded Turning Point USA and grew it into the largest conservative youth organization in the nation. For over a decade, he tirelessly traveled the country, leading a movement to restore respect for our founding principles, reawaken our national identity, and inspire a renewed spirit of religious devotion. He was one of the great debaters and communicators of his time. Despite receiving repeated threats, he remained undeterred and modeled courage, logic, humor, and grace to the next generation. On September 10th, 2025, at age 31, Charlie Kirk was assassinated while addressing a group of students. The United States honors him as a martyr for truth and freedom.
Thank you, Mr. President, for honoring my husband in such a profound and meaningful way. And thank you for making this event a priority amid the peace process in the Middle East. Thank you. Very grateful. Charlie always admired your commitment to freedom, and that's something that both of you shared. So thank you. Your support of our family and the work that Charlie devoted his life to will be something I cherish forever. So thank you. To our gracious First Lady in her office for making this event possible, thank you as well. It's beautiful. To Vice President and the lovely Usha Vance, your friendship has been an unbelievable encouragement. Thank you. And to all our friends and family that are here and watching from all around the world, thank you for loving us. Thank you for praying for us and for believing in what Charlie believed in. And to our Turning Point USA staff and the Charlie Kirk Show staff, we love you more than you could ever know. And to the Turning Point USA chapters that are watching all across America right now, you are the heartbeat of this future and of this movement. Everything that Charlie built, you guys are the legacy holders of that. You are living proof that his mission did not die with him. It lives through you. And Charlie always said the next generation will decide whether freedom endures. And because of you, I know that freedom will endure. It will. And today we're gathered not only to celebrate Charlie's birthday, but to honor a truth that he gave his entire life to defend, and that's freedom. The very existence of the Presidential Medal of Freedom reminds us that the national interest of the United States has always been freedom. Our founders etched it into the preamble of our Constitution, and those words are not relics on parchment. They are a living covenant. The blessings of liberty are not man's invention, they are God's endowment. Charlie lived for those blessings, not as abstract words, but as sacred promises. He used to love to journal about this topic all the time, and with such a heart postured of gratitude. And he believed that liberty was both a right and a responsibility. And he used to say, freedom is the ability to do what is right without fear. And that's how he lived. He was free from fear. He was free from compromise, free from anything that could enslave his soul. His name, Charles, literally means free man. And that's exactly who my husband was. He was a free man. And from the time I met him, sitting across from him, being interviewed on politics and philosophy and theology, anything that Charlie loved, any topic he loved, and I just saw the fire in his soul, and there was this divine restlessness within him that came from knowing God placed him on this earth to protect something very, very sacred for all of us. And he never stopped fighting for people to experience freedom. He didn't. Charlie often said that without God, freedom becomes chaos. And he believed liberty could only survive when anchored to truth. And I remember in one of his speeches, he told the audience that the opposite of liberty isn't law. He said it's captivity. And that the freest people in the world are those whose hearts belong to Christ. But what's so powerful is that Charlie had the ability to communicate so brilliantly across all generations. And he reminded us that in a world that tells us freedom is doing whatever you want to do, the real freedom is the power to live freely and to do what is right. And in one of his journal entries, he wrote that he wanted everyone to know that you can't have liberty without moral responsibility. Freedom divorced from faith eventually just destroys itself. And what's so fascinating about all of this is looking back these past 12 years of Turning Point USA and his mission, there's almost this veil of sacredness. Because what I realize is that while he was building an organization, he was also building a movement. One that called people back to God, back to truth, and a movement that was filled with courage. And ironically, for a man who impacted millions, Charlie never desired to be the center of attention. He just wasn't. My husband was not a man of extravagance. He loved simple but deeply meaningful things, truly. He loved his late night walks. He loved buying more books than he could ever read because he felt there was no such thing as a book budget. And he loved being able to read to our kids the same bedtime story on repeat because he knew it was their favorite. But to him, that was special. And he loved to sit in the sun on a Saturday morning with his cup of decaf coffee, and his phone was off because he was honoring the Sabbath. And for him, it was that moment to catch his breath and just be in peace because he was unreachable at the moment. And he preferred quiet birthdays. But that never stopped me from telling him. I told him every single year, I said, baby, I love your birthday. I said, because it's the day that God knew the world couldn't go another day without you. And so the rhythm of our usual birthday celebration for him was mint ice cream, mint chocolate chip ice cream. He only had it twice a year, on his birthday and 4th of July. It's just, and then after that, it was back to work as usual. But last year, his one birthday wish was to see the Oregon Ducks play the Ohio State. And they won. Oregon won that night. And it was by far one of the most memorable nights of his birthday experience of his life until today. And so, honestly, President Trump, I have spent 7.5 years trying to find the perfect birthday gift for Charlie. And it's so difficult. And those of you that have spouses or loved ones, you know how difficult it is sometimes to buy a gift for someone that you love, because he wasn't a materialistic man, so that also did not help. But now I can say with confidence, Mr. President, that you have given him the best birthday gift he could ever have.
Thank you.
It's such an honor and the recognition of a life lived for defending freedom. And that's what Charlie fought for until his last breath. And it was written across his chest in those final moments on one of his simple T-shirts that always carried a message, and this one bearing a single word, freedom. That was the banner over his life, and that shirt was a declaration. The same declaration he made in every speech, every campus visit, every time he shared the gospel at a church, every sleepless night that he would spend praying for the youth of this nation and planning for the future of our country, and just impressing upon them that when we defend liberty, we defend the soul of our nation. My husband never told anyone what to say. He never did. He never told anyone what to say. He would just encourage them to think. He would encourage them to think outside of the traditional political labels. He would want them to think in a way that was anchored in wisdom and truth. But he would never tell anyone what to say. Charlie wasn't content to simply admire freedom. He wanted to multiply it. He wanted to multiply freedom. He wanted young people to taste it and to understand it and defend it. He wanted them to see that liberty isn't self-indulgence, it's self-governance under God. He wanted them to see that. And every day I'd see him getting ready for work. He'd put on his cross necklace, he'd put his ring on his finger. And the boldness in his demeanor was always fearlessness. He wasn't afraid. He was never afraid. In his daily actions, whether in office or on campus or at a church, it was always without fear. That was his creed. That is how he lived out every single day. He didn't fear being slandered. He did not. He didn't fear losing friends, I can tell you that. He didn't. He didn't care. He stood for truth and stood for freedom, and he did not, everything else was just noise to him. And it's because his confidence in Christ was absolute. That's why. There was no limit to what he would have sacrificed to defend freedom for all. And if the moment had come, he probably would have run for president, but not out of ambition. He would only have done it if that was something that he believed that his country needed from a servant's heart standpoint. And Charlie lived only 31 short years. No, he's 32, but on this side of heaven, but he lived. He lived every single second he lived. He filled every single day with purpose, and he fought for truth when it was unpopular. And he stood for God when it was costly, but that's what we're called to do. Surprisingly enough, he did pray for his enemies, which is very hard, but he did. He did. He did. No one else, I mean, I saw him do it. No, he never did it in front of anyone else, but I can attest to that. But he also loved people when it was inconvenient. And he ran his race with endurance, and he kept the faith. And now he wears the crown of a righteous martyr. And for me and for our children, the truth really steadies our grief, because heaven gained what earth could no longer contain. A free man made fully free. And to all watching, this is not a ceremony. This is a commissioning. And my message is simple. I want you to be the embodiment of this medal. I do. I want you to free yourself from fear. I want you to stand courageously in the truth. Listen for the still, small voice of God. And remember that while freedom is inherited in this country, each of us must be intentional stewards every single day. God began a mighty work through my husband, and I intend to see it through. And the torch is in our hands now. It's in mine, it's in yours, it's in all of yours, it's in all the students with Turning Point USA. And before I close, I'll share with you that I asked our daughter what she would like to say to Daddy for his birthday. Excuse me. She said, "Happy birthday, Daddy. I want to give you a stuffed animal. I want you to eat a cupcake with ice cream, and I want you to go have a birthday surprise. I love you," is what she said. And while our son, he's precious, he can't yet speak, in classic Kirk family fashion, his actions spoke louder than his words, and his gift to you, Charlie, and myself for that matter, was deciding to become the man of the house and be fully potty trained at 16 months. But Charlie, baby, I know that you're celebrating in heaven today, but gosh, I miss you. We miss you. And we love you, and we promise we'll make you proud. And Charlie's life was proof that freedom is not a theory, it's a testimony. He showed us that liberty begins not in the halls of power, but in the man of a heart surrendered to God. And so today, as we honor Charlie with this incredible Presidential Medal of Freedom on his birthday, I stand here with tears and just a humbled heart and spirit, because his story reminds us all that to live free is the greatest gift, but to die free is the greatest victory. Happy birthday, my Charlie. Happy Freedom Day. God bless you.
Earlier today, the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, talked about interest rates and the economy at the National Association for Business Economics annual meeting. He accepted an award from the association that honors leadership and application of economic policy. Watch the speech and award ceremony tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern on C-SPAN. C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, and online at cspan.org.
So you interviewed the other night. I watched it about 2 o'clock in the morning. There was a little thing called C-SPAN, which I don't know how many people were watching. Don't worry, you were on prime time too. They happen to have a little rerun.
Do you really think that we don't remember what just happened last week? Thank goodness for C-SPAN, and we all should review the tape.
Everyone wonders when they're watching C-SPAN what the conversations are on the floor.
Now, I'm about to read to you something that was published by C-SPAN.
There's a lot of things that Congress fights about, that they disagree on. We can all watch that on C-SPAN.
Millions of people across the country tuned into C-SPAN.
That was a made for C-SPAN moment.
If you watch on C-SPAN, you're going to see me physically across the aisle every day, just trying to build relationships and try to understand their perspective and find common ground.
And welcome aboard to everybody watching at home. We know C-SPAN covers this live as well. We appreciate that.
And one can only hope that he's able to watch C-SPAN on a black and white television set in his prison cell.
This is being carried live by C-SPAN. It is being watched not only in this country, but it's being watched around the world right now.
Mike said before, I happened to listen to him. He was on C-SPAN 1. That's a big upgrade, right?
There are many ways to listen to C-SPAN radio, anytime, anywhere. In the Washington, D.C. area, listen on 90.